Please have a seat.
Excuse us, we're starting the meeting.
Please sit.
Excuse us.
Thank you. This meeting is being conducted by a hybrid video conferencing and is also being live streamed on the county channel. In accordance with new safety and security guidelines, bags, backpacks, and purses are prohibited at the Beaufort County Board of Education meetings. Requests for public comments participation will be accepted between 5 and 5:30 this evening by sending an email with your name, phone number, and topic to Robin, and that's Robin with a Y, .cushingberry@beaufort.k12.sc.us. You will receive a phone call during public comments where you will be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum will be limited to 30 minutes. If you are in person, you may address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. Each speaker must fill out a public comment card. Please see the board clerk for a card. Requests for the second public comments will be accepted between 7 and 7:30 this evening in the same manner. The second public comments will take place prior to adjournment no later than 9 p.m. The second forum is limited to 15 minutes. In the event the board is not finished addressing all items listed on the August 1st, 2023 agenda, the board will reconvene tomorrow night, August 2nd at 6 p.m. to finish the agenda items. We now need a motion to go into executive session.
Madam Chair, I move that we go into executive session for receipt of legal advice and review of safety and security plans at board meetings covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated 30-4-70A2, employment matter personnel ratification report pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30-4-70A1, receipt of legal advice related to 4 pending legal claims covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30-4-70A2, discussion of negotiations, incident to proposed amendment number 44 to MB Con Construction Company Incorporated, contract for safety, security, and technology infrastructure scope at Bluffton Early Childhood Center pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30-470A2, and discussion of promotion of a student pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated 30-4-70A1.
Okay, the motion was made by Secretary Middleton and second by Earl Campbell. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. So there's 6 of us. Aye. Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. So the motion carries 7.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, 8. To the Beaufort County Board of Education business meeting of August 2023. This meeting is being conducted via hybrid video conferencing and is also being live streamed by the county channel. The Board of Education was just in executive session, and now we are back in public session. And Secretary Middleton, do we have any action or as necessary or appropriate regarding the matters we discussed in executive session?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. We have four motions. The first, I move we approve the superintendent's recommendations for employment listed on the July 1st, 2023 through July 31st, 2023 personnel ratification report.
Thank you, Colonel Geyer. So the motion was made by Secretary Middleton and second by Vice Chair Geyer. Any discussion? Okay. So before we take this first vote, I just want to remind those of you that are participating online, when we're voting, the members in person will vote, and then I'll just say your name and which way you vote. That makes it much easier for Robin to record the vote. Thank you. All right. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. You online, folks?
Vote right, aye.
Thank you. All right, so the motion carries. Okay, Smith abstains. We don't have any nays. Please continue.
I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education approve settlement authority in the pending workers' compensation case involving the female claimant consistent with the terms discussed in executive session.
Second.
Motion made by Middleton and second by Smith. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye.
Vote right, aye.
Thank you. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay, that carried unanimously.
I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education approve settlement authority in the pending workers' compensation case involving male complainant consistent with the terms discussed in executive session.
I second that motion.
Any discussion? All in favor? Please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Opposed?
Vote right, aye.
Aye. Okay. Any abstentions? So the motion carries. I was the one excuse me, nay.
I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 44 for Bluffton Early Childhood Center, Safety, Security, and Technology Infrastructure scope with MBCon Construction Company, Inc. for a guaranteed maximum price of $1,426,940.
Second by Carlton Dallas. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Vote right.
Vote right, aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? Okay. So the motion carries with one abstention. And Dr. Wisniewski? Does that conclude the motions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you kindly. Next up, we have the approval of the agenda.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve tonight's agenda with the addition of the clock presentation, which was inadvertently removed.
So we should, it's now correctly listed here after the Pledge of Allegiance, et cetera. Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Any second to that?
I will second that motion.
Okay. Any discussion? Right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Vote right, aye. And Dr. Guad, something seems amiss with your microphone. I have no trouble hearing Angela, but yours is cackling or crackling.
Okay. Maybe they can give me a new one. Okay. How's this?
It's better. It's still a little fuzzy, but I can hear you better.
Thank you. Let us know again if that becomes problematic. All right. We will now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for the moment of silence. Please be seated. The media was properly notified. Next up, we have the clock update with Chair Ed Barber.
Routine, I guess. It's good to see you again. This is our second quarter update to the board of the Citizen-led Oversight Committee for the 2023 referendum for the board. As you know, this referendum was passed in 2019 for approximately 344 million. This past month in July, the clock completed its 43rd meeting. We will be conducting our 44th meeting this Wednesday evening. So we're getting close to 4 years as a group. We felt we are in pretty good routine. And let me lead you around the district today and give you updates on how we are doing on our project. Now, of course, I always want to make sure everyone understands what the clock's role is. We are an independent group of volunteers who monitor all of the referendum projects. We look at the budgets and the schedules, and we update this august group on a quarterly basis. We also do an annual report at the end of every year. Now, our clock members are made up of all types of professionals in the Beaufort County community from both sides of the Broad River. We have CPAs, we have urban planners, we have civil engineers, project managers, and also we do have an educator on our board as well, a new member. Now, we are a watchdog and we do monitor the projects and the spendings and report back to the public and to this body. So on slide 3, we monitor everything and we are independent, and we've been doing that since the referendum was passed in November 2019. So let's look at some of our projects around the county. Let's look at one of our first ones, which is Battery Creek High School. That project is under budget and on schedule. Its referendum funding was at $55,867,000. Encumbered for the project and paid is $55 million, and that was encumbered, and paid to date is $48 million. So that project on the next slide, it is on schedule. As you can see, the project is on budget and on schedule and will be ready for the students and staff in this month. The subcontractors are completing some of the remaining punch list items. OSF will do the final inspections, which will be scheduled August 8th and 9th of this week. We do have a ribbon cutting scheduled for August the 25th at 1:30 p.m. I'm sure I'll see some of you there. Let's talk about Robert Smalls International Academy, which is a brand new school that's being built near the current school. It was part of the referendum. Its funding was at $69,449,000. Encumbered is $68,992. Paid to date is $52,228,000. It is on schedule and under budget. On slide 8, just a few items, highlights. It is on budget and on schedule. The contractors are completing remaining work, and they are correcting punch list items. Abatement materials in the existing building are 90% complete, and the demolition is scheduled for the old building the week of beginning on August the 14th. So the old school will be raised. They're dealing with some Beaufort Jasper Water Sewer Authority issues, but the water meter is on schedule to be installed now. OSF is scheduled to do the final inspection the week it will occurred last week, and the masons will be doing a laying of a cornerstone. If many of you do not realize this, for historical perspective, Robert Smalls was a member of the Masons, and the Masons has agreed and donated a cornerstone that will be laid on August the 2nd at 3 p.m. Put that in your history if you did not know that. So congratulations to the Masons for doing that and honoring Robert Smalls. And the ribbon cutting is scheduled for August the 7th at 3 o'clock. Hope to see you there. All right, let's go over to Hilton Head Island on the other side of the Broad River. Hilton Head Island Middle School is progressing well. It's on budget and on schedule. It'll be ready this month for school openings. OSF should have completed that inspection. The main building renovations have started in the admin area, the media center, and the 700 wing is scheduled to begin in August, and the ribbon cutting will be August the 30th for those areas that have been completed. Well, let's talk about Hilton Head High School. Hilton Head High School, of course, is something that's had part of the project done, but they're also looking at designing a new school for Hilton Head and renovating part of that, so that the district has employed a little diversified architects to do that. We are keeping abreast of what they're doing. They did do the town of Hilton Head building review on June the 9th. OSF, they conducted a review with them on June 15th. Schematic design is due on June 28th. Preliminary review of the town of Hilton Head with the landscaping was in June, and phase 1 design development is underway. So Little Diversified has commenced the phase 1 construction documents so that it will be ready for the proposed next bond referendum. Also, Hilton Head High School, the field house. Now, this is work that was under the current referendum. It is on schedule. The dugout renovations are on schedule. The bleachers have been delivered, and MB-Con was approved to do some additional work at the June 13th board meeting. So that's Hilton Head High. Port Royal Elementary, it's 50% of the existing cabling has been completed. And I wanted to include this because if you look at that photograph, it may not be as 100% clear in that printout, but that is all of the old cabling that was removed from the elementary school and replacing all the cabling if you look at that photograph. So not only are we upgrading the security systems and the IT systems, but also they're removing all the cabling. So you can see how much of that cabling had to be removed. And they're due to be completed in the fall of 2023. That's why I wanted to note that, because that's what's happening with all of the IT upgrades. Now let's talk about St. Helena Elementary. This one is the front office renovation. The work is scheduled for completion before August 14th. The network cutover is complete there. The exterior lighting is complete. And the emergency generator, which has been back ordered, is scheduled for arrival in Q4 of this year. So it'll be installed. So that's St. Helena Elementary, just an update. Okay, on our next slide, on slide 14, the remaining projects across the division, these are what we call medium small scope projects, which deal with safety, security, technology, infrastructure, playgrounds, and some athletic scopes. There are 89 individual projects underway. There's 1 in the planning phase, 2 in the bid phase, and 5 in the bid award phase. You can see there's 8 that still have something to do. The remaining of these are either under construction, they are in the closeout phase, or they have been completed. So that's 89 projects. And everything is green there using our traffic light status. Now, supply issues still are concerned, as I said, with the generator for St. Helena, but the project managers are doing a really good job of keeping the projects on schedule. Okay, let's talk about our project closeouts. We track all of these, and this is actually what we review. I want to share it with you so you can see that we track all the projects. And you see those in yellow are the ones that are waiting on closeout, but you can see many of these are the paperwork things that have to be done to officially close out a project. An example would be for Beaufort High, we're still waiting on the as-built drawings. Now, as-built drawings are drawings that needed to be corrected based on what was actually built, because things are changed as the school is built, and we need to have a current set of drawings on record of what is actually there. So when somebody has to do work in the future, they want to know that that is there. So that's an example. A lot of that is the paperwork. Next page are some more of our closeouts. As you can see, many of those have been completed. So we track those every month. Let's talk about where we are financially. I think more people are interested in this than anything. So on page 19, all budgets continue to be tracked and are equal to or greater than the dollars approved in the referendum. So we do track based on those 2 referendums that were passed. The individual budgets have been adjusted, and that's been supported by the referendum contingency, which was part of that, as well as the bond premiums that were paid. The dollars spent and the encumbered did not exceed the budgeted total dollars amounts. The dollars spent per project did not exceed the estimated project percent complete. And of course, material and construction costs continue to challenge. And the project managers are doing a really good job of controlling that. even through as we come out of COVID. So let's look at the big picture on page 20. The original bond referendum was 344,610. The bond premiums that were paid were 31 million, bringing the current budget to 375,710. We have paid and committed, and you committed more to this number this evening, so it's not exactly correct. At the end of June, it was $36,206,764 for 96.67% of the money has been committed. What's remaining is 12,503,000. That's 3.3% is left to be spent. Savings returned in June from contingency was 2.3 million. You used and agreed to use 8.2 million. The contingency remaining is 395,191. And with those few projects in the early phases, it definitely appears that we will be bringing this in a soft landing and be right on budget at the end of the term. So with that, I will take some questions, but I'm going to ask one of my previous clock members, Mr. Carlton Dallas, who decided to do something greater and run for the board and was therefore duly elected. Dallas, what is MEP?
I think I was ejected from clock, so I need to redeem myself, okay? I think it's mechanical, electrical, and plumbing.
Bingo, you win the prize. The reason I do that is we use a lot of acronyms in the clock meeting. We have to always make sure we remind each other of what those acronyms are because it's construction jargon and we want to make sure everybody understands it. So with that, I want to entertain any questions.
Guess your presentation was so thorough, we don't have questions.
Very good. Well, thank you. Dr. Watts, thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Colonel Geyer, thank you for your support of the clock as well. You've attended many of our meetings and we thank you for that. Again, we do have a meeting this Wednesday. At any time, any of the board members are welcome to join us and we welcome you. Yes.
I would just ask all present and former clock members that are here tonight, please stand so the board and the audience can recognize you. Thank you.
Thank you and look forward to giving you an update in the third quarter. Thank you.
Yep, Dr. Rodriguez.
I'm sorry. No, I was actually just going to do exactly what you just did is thank Mr. Barber. And I noticed that there were several clock members that were present. And so I just wanted to recognize them and thank them for their hard work.
Okay, thank you. All right, our next item on the agenda is first public comments. And I was directed by the board by a motion to read this statement ahead of these public comments. Whereas in order to better ensure the safety, security, and good order of its school board meetings and allow all citizens a fair opportunity to participate in public comment, Beaufort County Schools Board Governance Policy GC2 23-4, Adherence to Public Participation's paragraph B, states that, quote, should a participant fail to abide by the reasonable directives of the board's or committee's presiding officer, the board or committee may prohibit the offending speaker from participating in future public comment sessions for a period not to exceed 6 months, unquote. So our public comment sessions are our speakers are some of you are here in person tonight and others are going to participate via phone. I will just remind you that you have 3 minutes to deliver your comments and there'll be a timer visible, as you can see, notifying you of the time, and you may not yield your time to another person. So first up, we have Mandy Burleson speaking on teacher point of view.
Good evening, respected board members, Dr. Rodriguez, colleagues, students, and Beaufort County School District supporters. My name is Marty Burleson, and I am a proud Beaufort County School District professional educator. I'm here to tell you about an event in my classroom that has led to public attacks on me personally and professionally. My story begins with an optional student interest survey I make available to my new students, not unlike the About You, Get to Know You, and student questionnaires and activities provided by professional educators all over the world every year. According to the only formal parental complaint I've ever received, my survey was misconstrued and misrepresented in the following ways. It was secret, it was required, and most damaging, that I'm using this information for some nefarious reason or to harm my students. First of all, it's not secret. It's in the student's Google Classroom and is available for guardians to review their child's responses anytime they like. The accusation says I keep this information from parents. However, this statement is hypothetical because not once has a parent or guardian, including the parent making these false claims, asked me about a student's answers. I do assure the students that their answers are confidential and I won't say anything unless they want me to, unless it falls under my responsibility as a court-mandated reporter. Second, it's not required. There are no points given for responding to it, and there are no penalties for not filling out, and many of the questions are optional. Third, I'm a professional educator. As such, I've been trained by our very own district as well as the state to make connections and build relationships with our students by learning about them and specifically how to work with underrepresented groups like LGBTQ+ and trauma-impacted students. I am not gathering information or using it for any purpose other than my professional determination to truly see and know each of my students so I can serve them to the best of my ability, an effort I'm certain you expect out of all of your Beaufort County School District employees. Since these false accusations were made public, I've been publicly and wrongfully accused of misconduct with my students. I've been placed on paid administrative leave for my own safety. People have called for me to be arrested, fired, my certification revoked, and that my face should be on a billboard and worse. I've been physically threatened. My full name, face, and where I work has been shared publicly online and across social media. I've been defamed, which makes me feel unsafe in my own community, at work, and even in my own home. My minor son has been publicly outed by this man as well. I have seen firsthand the traumatic and devastating results, including suicide, of middle school age kids who don't have a trusted adult to turn to. My students mean the world to me. I respect each one of them not because of their differences, but not despite, but because of them. I will always be that trusted adult and ally. On behalf of myself and the many other teachers who can't speak up, I want to say I won't be bullied anymore. We respectfully implore the district and the board to protect the professional educators in your district from those that wish us harm. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Blue Burleson. Blue Burleson's topic, student point of view.
Good evening, Dr. Rodriguez and board members. My name is Blue Burleson, and I'm a junior at Bluffton High School. I've been a student in the Beaufort County School District my entire life, and alongside that, I've also had the support to be able to identify as myself openly in my schools, thanks to the wonderful teachers and administrators in this district. Without the support from these staff members, I'm not sure I would have been able to make it through my middle school years. And you all will look at me thinking, is this 16-year-old really saying that he would have killed himself in middle school? And my simple answer to that is yes. And although I am still here, I'm sad to say that I have lost friends who did not have the support systems I do. I've talked to people off the brink of suicide at the ripe age of 12, and even to this day, I remember the fear and pain that was felt on each side of the situation. I sit up here today to say that the support that these teachers provide is life-saving, and without them, you would have students dropping like flies, including me, the student speaking in front of you today. Having teachers who made me feel understood and safe in their classrooms changed my outlook on school for the better. Teachers who respected my identity despite whether or not I was out publicly is what kept me going through the years of my largest developments. I enjoyed life. I enjoyed school because I could be who I truly was without fear thanks to my educators. I am human and I am here, whether people like it or not. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Kathleen Harper.
speaking on teacher safety.
Kathleen Harper. My name is Kathleen Harper, and I'm the literacy coach at Hilton Head Island Middle School. In January of this year, a parent began targeting me. I was assisting in an 8th grade classroom where the kids were researching types of modern day slavery. I shared a text from a school approved resource that contains first person accounts from victims of various forms of modern day slavery. One of the narratives was by a young Kenyan girl who tells about her forced marriage and circumcision. A student asked, "What's that?" And I said, "It's a barbaric practice that still occurs in some African villages." That's it. There was no discussion and there was no description. The parent began emailing me, demanding a meeting. I was told not to respond, and he was told not to contact me. This was just a short time after Ms. Burleson was put on leave for her safety. When the parent could not provoke me into a response via email, he turned to social media and public comments at school board meetings. Here are some of the lies and threats he has written or spoken publicly. Quote, "Mrs. Harper described genital mutilation in graphic detail. It is in violation of the law," end quote. Quote, "Mrs. Harper was verbally and sexually abusive to my daughter," end quote. Quote, "Nothing could say I'm a groomer more than this teacher, Ms. Harper," end quote. Quote, "Your behavior will never be forgotten." On May 31st, this parent delivered a thank you card to my school campus repeating the same lies and threats. I filed my first police report that day. The next day, Beaufort's director of security was on campus when I arrived and told me that a no trespass order was going to be delivered and that he was going to remain on campus because they were concerned about the parents' response. He suggested I not come on campus after dark and to watch my surroundings in public. 5 days later, I received a call and was told that the no trespass would not be issued until I'm back on campus this month. I walked into my first classroom 42 years ago. Never have I experienced harassment and intimidation such as this. I have 3 grandchildren, 4 grandchildren who I love dearly. To them, I am Yaya, and their eyes light up when they see me. When I see former students in this community, their eyes often light up too. Last December, I ran into one of these students and she asked me if I remembered her presentation on child labor on cocoa farms and said that I had told her she did a really good job. She remembered me saying that she should consider doing more public speaking, and even more significant, she said that she's continuing that research at high school. This is why we deserve protection. This is why you must do everything in your power to stop efforts to censor free speech and to show educators that you're committed to keeping them safe. Teachers impact lives, not just with happy, positive stories, but with authentic learning, real world challenges, and atrocities. The very project this parent objects to is the one my student remembers. Just 2 weeks ago, this parent wrote, quote, "That woman Harper needed to keep her mouth shut and I'd leave her alone. FAFO. Do you know what that means? I do. And I'm sure you can imagine how unsafe this makes me feel. Thank you in advance for having our backs as we begin the school year. Enough is enough."
Next up is Scott Harper on educator safety.
Good evening. My name is Scott Harper. I'm the husband of the educator who just spoke about being targeted and threatened by members of our local community. I have to admit, that was really hard to listen to. I'm here in support of her and all the hardworking educators in this county, but a little about her first. Kathleen and I grew up in the same small town in North Augusta, South Carolina, not too far from here. After high school, she went on to receive her first degree from Winthrop University up in Rock Hill, and in 1982 began teaching English at East Augusta Middle, an inner city Title I school. My wife fell in love educating middle school children, and I fell in love with her. Over the course of her teaching career, Kathleen has impacted the lives of hundreds of colleagues and parents, as well as thousands of children. During all those countless encounters, not once has she ever had a complaint filed against her, not one single time. The truth about Kathleen's character lies within those encounters and can be found in her extensive body of work, a body of work that's open to anybody wishing to explore it. I don't have time to share many of her accomplishments here, but since arriving on the island in 2016, Kathleen's impact has been both notable and noticed. In addition to her regular teaching duties, she's also spearheaded a number of student projects which contributed to her receiving the Mayor's Honored Islander Award for outstanding public service to this community. I humbly submit to you that Kathleen McKibben Harper is just the type of educator you hope your child has access to. Yet here we are. What is truly alarming is the growing use of threatening, harmful, and false language that directly targets educators, maliciously attempting to label them as groomers. I'm saddened to report that my recent research reveals that Facebook platforms are widely circulating these posts among groups and individuals actively seeking to unjustly criminalize the speech of these dedicated public servants. Esteemed Madam Chair, respected board members, Superintendent Rodriguez, Sheriff Tanner, and anyone else listening, if you or anyone within your network is aware of any hateful, harmful, or false information about my wife or any other educator here, for that matter, I implore you to take the action to have it taken down before somebody gets hurt. Thanks.
Next up is Emily Mayer. On her topic is teacher support.
Thank you for your time. I am a former BCSD employee and future parent of 2 BCSD students. I wanted to take a moment to address you tonight about the importance of elevating teacher voice in our district and supporting those who do take the risk to speak up. As we are all aware, public education is under attack in our nation and our state. We are in the midst of an unprecedented teacher shortage. The state is funneling money away from public schools. What curriculum choices you make as board members and districts are under a microscope. Parents and educators who support intellectual freedom are labeled as groomers and pedophiles. None of us are spared from this moment, and we should all be doing everything we can to rise to the moment and turn the tide. Educators and school boards both make decisions regularly that impact our students and the quality of education that takes place in Beaufort County. They are 2 players of the same team. I want to remind you of that as the school year is set to resume and as we see educators finally finding the courage to use their voice to speak up and defend not only themselves, but their coworkers, this district, public education, and ultimately you as the board. You have hired and trained these individuals. That means you should trust them. I applaud those who take this step. Historically, teachers who take the chance to use their voice have not been met with support. I urge you to change that trend. Let's continue to elevate their voices and work together as a team to continue to move Beaufort County in a direction that we are all proud of. Thank you.
Next is Tim Dodds. Topic: Board of Education responsibilities.
I'm a retired educator who chose to move down to these warm climes to spend the rest of my life, and walked right into this and other situations here in Beaufort County that we all love. I mentioned earlier by your previous presenter about a little bit of history reminding us about Robert Smalls. I want to inject into your thinking as board members and to you, Dr. Rodriguez, that you look at what you do every day through perhaps a little bit of history's prism. Reconstruction began right here. This is the birthplace of it. And with a couple of years, a state constitutional group put together the first constitution in this state that made a direct commitment to education for the first time and public education as the core principle and reason for government in this state. That continues and obtains to this day. And if you want to look at everything you ever approve, every new roof and every new building you approve and every personnel action, look at all of what you're listening to now, and everything you do throw that prism and remind yourself the fact that we have a constitution that says education is the reason for our government, its primary reason. And I think we need to remember that, and everything you do, you remember that as you listen to the rest of what you're going to hear tonight, and you've heard from many nights. I thank you for your patience in listening and giving voice to the folks who need to be heard. And I know that in tomorrow or whatever, I hope that you will look at every possible way you can to look at rules, procedures, methodologies, regulations that will help you fully support students and faculty and staff in Beaufort County Schools. Thank you.
Next is Imelda Eskew, topic book ban.
Good evening, everyone. I apologize if I'm a little nervous. It's hard to believe, but I do quite a bit of public speaking. It's one of the things I love. I love to voice my opinion. I love to speak to people and impart ideas. But before I came up here, I kept going over my head over and over, just praying to God, trying to figure out what to say, how to reach you all. I know that tensions are high. I know that passion is flaring. There are emotions on both ends of the spectrum. But I really wanted to come here and just impart a pleading voice to please do not ban the books. And the reason I say this is because I am an avid reader. I love reading books. You can ask my husband. I spend way too much money on them. And I think the reason I do that is because growing up, I didn't have that luxury. I've heard a lot of people on both ends have arguments as to why books should be banned. Some say ban them, you can buy them if you really want to read them. And it's great to know that some people are blessed like that. They're able to afford to buy books. I wasn't. See, and I'm sorry, I look tired. I'm working on my master's degree. I'll be done this Friday. So I'm super excited. And that's even more exciting because I am a first generation college student. And according to the Pew Research Center, only 35% of first generation college students get a master's degree. But another thing we haven't taken into consideration is I'm a Latina woman. So that means only 7% of Latina women get a master's degree. Not only that, I grew up being homeless. I lived in the family's van, in the car, in city hotel rooms. If we were lucky, we could crash in somebody's house. And not only that, I had 2 special needs brothers. I went to 12 different schools from pre-K to high school. But I was able to graduate 4th in my class. I was able to graduate with an associate's degree, certificates, a bachelor's degree while working full-time, and now my master's degree. I have aspirations of going for a doctorate degree. And the reason I'm doing that is because of reading, of being able to read books. I've read 3 of the banned books right now when I was in high school. And despite my ugly background, despite feeling like I don't belong, those books made me feel like I did. They let me see myself and made me feel like I was enough. I had teachers that told me, no, your voice, you can speak. I didn't think anybody would want to hear a poor Latina girl speak, but they have. And I've had children, regardless of gender, of race, of nationality, come up to me and tell me that they see themselves in me, that they have hope. So I just want to leave you with a quick quote. To read is to fly. It is to soar to a point of vantage which gives a view over wide terrains of history, human variety, ideals shared, experience, and the fruit of many inquiries. Please do not clip this generation's wings.
Next, we have Jeannie Brainerd on book banning. Jeannie Brainbird.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm a retired public educator, wife of an Army husband who we moved here after his 30 years of service to your lovely area. We brought our granddaughter with us who we're raising, and she is a student at Coosaw Elementary, rising 3rd grader right now. I sit on her SIC board. I have sat on now 4 committees reviewing the books that we're looking at right now. I'll be there tomorrow night talking about a book that I did not enjoy, but I will vote to not ban it. I'm a follower of Christ, but not a Christian nationalist. I personally dislike many of the books on the list, but I do not want them banned. A former president has almost single-handedly divided us as a nation to the point that we are almost, and I emphasize almost, 2 sides who cannot come together for the common good of our fragile democracy, for the common good, not for individual power grabs. On specific social issues, I agree with people on either side of this divide. The Apostle Paul was a Jew among Jews who preached unity in Christ and freedom from the law that the early Christians were being pressured to also follow. Today, we stand here with a pile of books with scenes that might stand in conflict with Old Testament law. I have 2 opinions about this at the same time. I wish my granddaughter would never read some of them. The second, I want her to have the opportunity when she is old enough for the material to choose for herself. I know 2 other things. Book banners have never come down on the right side of history. 2, if we ban all the books that offend Old Testament sensibilities, the Old Testament itself has to be added to that list. And I certainly do not want that. Fab friends, we're asked to wear white tonight to show where we stand. I had trouble coming up with just white from my closet. Maybe that's a message I'm trying to communicate. We can't keep letting the enemies of democracy divide us. We have to find a way to come together and negotiate compromises to save that democracy. This is one of those issues. The other option is that we live with what comes after the present democracy, which, as flawed as our present system may be, that I fear will be our downfall.
Next up, we have Robin Liebenberg, topic books under review.
Thank you. Retired teacher and working poet on Hilton Head Island. One of the books currently under review is Bernard Malamud's The Fixer. I read this book in high school. It was not in my school's curriculum, but in the library. It won the 1966 National Book Award and a Pulitzer. And what a story. I could be puzzled why this book appears on the 97 books targeted by Moms for Liberty and the 2 Beaufort County parents who raised this ruckus, but I'm not. Like all 97, this is about demonizing the other. Those others that these parents feel are too horrible for their children to meet, which is their right, certainly. But the other here was a real-life victim of injustice and a real-life hero. Brave in a way these parents think they're being brave by trying to deny every child in this county the right to read what they choose, which is not their right, and of that I am also certain. This is a story about Menahem Beilis, accused in 1911, offered a deal once it became clear the trumped-up evidence would not hold up. He refused it under torture, refused it and stayed wrongfully imprisoned for 2 years in order to get what he knew he deserved, a trial. This man, by having his day in court, was able to shed light on the corruption of the legal system in Tsarist Russia, and by systematically challenging the evidence brought by the prosecution, was able to expose the disinformation and systemic racism that ran through the lies Russians believed about Hasidic Jews like Beilis. His defense ripped the anti-Semitic campaign run against them to shreds. This at a time in Russia of a practice known as pogroms, the systematic massacre of Jewish communities in Russia and Eastern Europe that brought many immigrants to the US during this decade. These racist sentiments killed 6 million Jews 2 decades later in the Holocaust, along with 6 million intellectuals, writers, teachers, and othered ethnic groups. The New York Times noted that Belize's fellow Jews always believed that his conduct in resisting all pressure to implicate himself or other Jews saved his countrymen from a pogrom. Brave. The Fixer is not a novel to be banned, but one that opens a window for students into what happens in authoritarian regimes and what can happen when scapegoats are chosen based upon prejudice rather than evidence. It shows a dark time in history we should not repeat, and more importantly, how one brave man fought for justice and got it. Doesn't sound like a bad book, does it? Might even be uplifting. Let's keep it. Thank you.
Next, we have Mary Ruff, but maybe it's pronounced Roof, I'm not sure, on book bans.
Good evening. I'm Mary Roof, a rising junior at Beaufort High School and the new vice president of our chapter of DALO, the Diversity Awareness Youth Literacy Organization. Before tomorrow night's book review committees meet, I would like to speak briefly about the ongoing challenges facing our district. After attending many school board meetings, I have noticed one of the common arguments for banning books is that many have been deemed pornographic by the complainants. However, this term has been inappropriately applied. Last spring, I read Damsel by Elena Arnold, one of the 97 challenged books in a very powerful feminist novel, which contained scenes of rape. These aspects of the novel are consistently presented as cautionary, not as endorsement. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, pornography is intended to stimulate erotic rather than aesthetic or emotional responses. To clarify, in the context of the novel, there was always a negative consequence to sexual assault. And to clarify further, these scenes are not crafted for pleasure. If someone perceives depictions of sexual assault as pleasurable, then the book isn't really the problem, is it? Additionally, I can see how these stories can be very hard to read due to the intensely tragic and disturbing content. However, for many students, these subjects are not fictional. Whether you choose to recognize this or not, many students deal with these tragedies regularly. And books which address sexual and physical abuse with blatant negative consequences can help the student learn moral lessons and to seek help and feel less isolated should they ever face similar circumstances. Parents who still deem these books as pornography or otherwise objectionable for their child may use the opt-out form provided by the school district, which does not negate the right of other families to make their own choice about what their children may access to read. As committees meet to continue the review process, I ask that we strive to understand the overarching context of these books and remind ourselves that an opt-out option for individuals always exists. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening and for your work and service to our students and teachers.
Next, we have Melinda Hendrickson, Support for Educators.
Good evening. My name is Melinda Hendrickson, and I'm the chair of FAB, Families Against Book Bans, an organization created 6 months ago in Beaufort County. We now have over 350 members, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the organization. FAB initially organized to oppose the book bans, but has evolved to focus on 3 areas: promoting intellectual freedom, advocating for teachers and librarians, and advancing socially just and equitable public education. Tonight, we're here for this second tenet, advocating for our teachers and librarians, most notably the ones being verbally victimized by parents. Teachers operate in a precarious position. They're on the front lines, shaping the future of our society. They obtain degrees and attend regular training to stay up to date with the latest educational theories and methods. And due to the importance of their job, teachers are often subject to intense scrutiny. The public's control over classroom content looms over this era of teaching. From policies that allow community members to police which books are allowed in libraries, to teachers being labeled as groomers and pedophiles when simply asking for a student's preferred pronouns. One of the community members who challenged the books is now perpetuating a conspiracy theory that there's an overarching plan to make pedophilia legal and accepted. Educators don't deserve this. They deserve to feel safe at work and free from harassment. They deserve protection from their administration and support from their community. I'd like to ask anyone in the audience who's here to support our teachers and librarians to please stand now. As you can see, we've brought a large group. Lastly, to our educators who are getting ready to return to the classroom this month, we see you and we are a grateful community. Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff Baker, topic book review protocols.
Good evening. I was selected to serve on one of the book review committees. And in June, I participated in a review with a group of committed, talented educators, of which several had to modify their summer family vacations, but greatly valued the importance of their work. Everyone on the committee read the book, took detailed notes, provided considerable documentation to support their positions. That evening, there were 7 review committees, including up to 7 members per team, deliberating in the cafeteria at Okatee Elementary School. And as I looked around the cafeteria, I realized what an incredible waste of talent and time. Several days later, I reviewed the form known as the Request for Reconsideration of School Library Materials. The essential categories of the form can be filled out by copying and pasting certain talking points. How convenient. These local complainants did not even have to read the book in its entirety. Their time and energy commitment is far from strenuous in this process, whereas those who conducted the review, as noted earlier, have to do the heavy lifting. This is unbalanced and unfair. Moms for Liberty are not going away, but neither are we. I propose to the board that you consider adding several changes to streamline the book review protocol. Number 1, the book should remain on the shelf throughout the process. Last year, the county was caught off guard and countered with a knee-jerk response. Number 2, the complainants must have read the entire book. That can be easily verified with a few overt references to the text. Most importantly, the complainants must appear before a group, perhaps appointed by this board, to present a logical, coherent argument as to why the book in question should even be reconsidered in the first place. Such a step can gauge the merits of the grievance and if the book in question should or should not enter the review process. Looking ahead, the process needs to be streamlined and more efficient. I assure you, additional book complaints are forthcoming. Thank you.
So that completes the 30-minute public comment session, and that completes everybody in the room. If there's no objection from the board, we have 4 more that would like to comment by phone, and we'll go ahead unless there's objection and make a motion. So Robin will be calling each of these public commenters.
Ready? Yes. Can you hear me? Okay. Go ahead. Mike.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. State your name and topic, please.
Good evening, Dr. Rodriguez, school board members. My name is Mike Covert from Bluffton. Aside from 3, possibly 4 of the school board members, the community has lost faith and trust in you. You're no longer serving the good of the community, rather apparently serving the good of the loud, the obnoxious, unstable, and politically motivated. Yes, I'm speaking about those in the public clamoring for the acceptance of all 97 books, both of the complainants, of which I am one, put forth back in September, October 2022. I say politically motivated because if they were not political in their attacks, they would have become as apoplectic with the 4 books that you agreed to be removed from library shelves over the course of this exercise, as much as they are and were with us requesting them to be shelved and further notice anyway. The good of the community you are supposed to serve, this phrase has legal connotations. It has legal references. It is a legal standing. I urge each and every one of you, especially those 7 or 8 who continue to ignore the responsibilities to all of the citizens of this county. I urge you to study the case of Board of Education versus PICO, along with the South Carolina's Attorney General opinion of September 1999 to House Representative Harry Stiles of Due West, South Carolina. I urge you to read Village of Euclid versus Amber Realty Company, where the presiding justice said, quote, "A nuisance may be the right thing in the wrong place, like a pig in the parlor instead of the barnyard," end quote. The claim we have made is that these books in question are vulgar and lewd. Remember, vulgar and lewd. That too has legal connotation. As our Attorney General Opine reads, quote, "The First Amendment protects against censorship of the public school library, but does not prohibit removal of indecent or offensive material from the school library. If the motivation of school officials is not to suppress ideas, but to remove a pervasively vulgar book or a book which is deemed educationally unsuitable, then removal is constitutionally valid. School officials have a duty under the law to protect school children from indecency and lewdness. I want you to hear what the Attorney General of South Carolina said again. School officials have a duty under the law to protect school children from indecency and lewdness. Breaking it down, folks, you have one job. Protect the children. Let the children be children. Our children are not for sale, and their minds are not yours to continue to prostitute vulgar and lewd material in front of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, is this Nancy? Hi, this is Robin. I'm calling for public comments. If you would state your first, last name, your topic, I'm going to put you on speaker and you'll have 3 minutes. Are you ready? Go ahead, please.
Thank you. It's Nancy Ross, and the topic is the sexual perversion of our children. I want to thank the concerned parents who've spoken tonight about the content of the materials before our children. And to the board members, to most of you, I say this, a shame on you. Shame on you. You know what is right. You know what is moral. You know what is abusive to children and abusive to parents, frankly, distressing to parents. And if you don't, it is time to resign. And I would like to offer the final 2 minutes while I finish my comments for you to write your resignation. Because parents have spoken about their concerns. The last time I spoke, a number of you got up and left the table. I think someone left the room, didn't even have the common decency to hear are public comments. I'm a mom. I've been through this with my children, as I said, over 12 years ago. I've spent 35 years as an investigative journalist. I've studied sexual predators. I've studied cults. I've studied Satanism. I've studied witchcraft. I've studied the Bible. And St. Paul did not preach freedom from the law. He preached the freedom to do what is right and what is just under God. He preached against homosexuality, sexual perversions, and all kinds of immorality. I'd advise you strongly to reread St. Paul if you're going to preach Christianity. So the concerned parents have been respectful. They've been thoughtful. Done. You're fired. Okay, thank you.
Please be quiet while someone's delivering their comments. Everybody deserves the civility and respect.
Calling for public comments. If you would state your first and last name, your topic, and you'll have 3 minutes. Are you ready? Go ahead.
This is David Cook. I'm going to talk about board policies and retaliation. Nothing I'm about to say is being construed as a threat, nor is it my intent to attempt to harass or scare anyone. To the teachers who think they're victims, they're not. The students are the victims, so get it straight. I'm not saying these things, and my daughter's not making these claims for no reason. My daughter and her classmates are the victims to these two teachers. I'm not required to move my child from a class when a teacher crosses the line. The teacher is obligated to behave in a way that does not raise concern. In these two situations, both teachers displayed misconduct in the classroom, raising a red flag to my daughter, the hero. She had the guts to speak out against their behavior. And now the district and community want to retaliate against her. Both teachers were given a chance to meet with school staff and myself, but they hid from us. An apology would have ended everything in January and March. Just today, the computer teacher admitted to issuing this survey for 4 years that she gave out to her students, where children were forced to answer in class on a hard copy paper or get a bad grade. Yes, they admitted to giving out this unauthorized illegal survey for 4 years, violating not one but two district policies and the South Carolina Educator Code of Conduct, all without parental consent. Sorry, but you're not the victim. My daughter and other students are the victim. My daughter's had over 50 educators in her life and never a problem until January of this year. Is it me or is it these two educators? On July 11th at the board meeting, my daughter spoke about these abuses at the board meeting, and the district is in dire straits using the media to disparage a student's rightful complaint and to disrespect a parent after his child was subject to lewd and vulgar materials. I've never spoken with nor met these teachers. Their claims are baseless. There are numerous other parents who have spoken to me about the survey and subsequent classroom conversations over the last 2 years. That teacher got away with giving away a survey for 4 years because the kids never told their parents, nor did the teacher. Those kids didn't say anything because they're afraid. The parents didn't say anything because their kids would be targeted, just like mine were targeted by numerous teachers over the last 6 months. Retaliation is not supposed to be tolerated, but that's what the district allows. The district policies on retaliation are terrible because you're now attacking a student who filed a legitimate complaint, but it was completely covered up. Almost a dozen meetings since January this year and nothing was done. No protection for my daughter and son. While I won't apologize for defending my children, my wife and I heard both school and district staff confessing to not knowing about the secret survey in the computer teacher's class, nor the reading material. The law requires districts to provide parents the chance to opt their children out of any survey and school materials. These teachers forced students to read those surveys and materials. They were told they had no choice to read the lewd and vulgar materials in class or be given a bad grade. That's grooming and harassment, and it's against the law to coerce.
I'm sorry, your time is up. For public comments, you'll have 3 minutes. If you would state your first and last name and your topic. Are you ready? Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Isabella Cook, and me and my classmates are the victims of being forced to take an illegal survey, as well as being forced to hear a teacher talk about genital mutilation in class. We are the victims, not these teachers. We have been forced to read inappropriate articles. We have been forced to listen to teachers talk about the articles. We have been forced to take secret surveys without parent permission. Notice how these past sentences start with "we have been forced." We weren't given a choice. This is harassment. The board doesn't help either. These teachers are getting away with bad behavior and nothing is being done. When will the teachers stop threatening students and forcing them to do stuff they don't want to do? Good night.
Thank you. That's it.
That concludes the first public comment session. Next up is the chair report, and we already heard from our clock chair that we are celebrating the grand opening of the new Robert Smalls School this week. And the public is welcome to attend. And as Mr. Barber already notified you, tomorrow at 3:00 is the laying of the cornerstone, and then Monday is the ribbon cutting, also at 3:00. I would like to take, okay. For those of you exiting, can you please exit efficiently and quietly so we can continue our meeting? Thank you. All right. As I just mentioned, we're having 2 celebrations for the new Robert Small School in the coming week, and the public is invited. I think we especially need to thank our taxpayers who voted in the affirmative for our school bond referendum in 2019, and $70 million of those funds built this new Robert Small School. So thank you to the generosity of our taxpayers. We also already recognized the Clock Committee, which is a volunteer committee that reviews these projects from the 2019 referendum. And I would also like to thank the Community Committee Project Review of Citizens. I'm not saying it quite right, but the first citizen committee that actually came up with the list of projects that was put to our interim superintendent, then ultimately to the board. So thank you. We've had a lot of citizen input and generosity. Next up, we have our committee report, operations by Chair Colonel Geyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first item on the report is a motion that received unanimous support by the Operations Committee. I'm going to read the motion and then ask Mr. Otting to come up and explain it. The motion follows. I move that the Board of Education approve the Raider Drive water and sewer easement request.
Right. Thank you, sir. Yeah. So is this on? Yeah, there it goes. I didn't bring it up.
So this request is the second request for this property. If you'll remember, back in April, the board approved a driveway easement. This was with University Investments. At that time, we noted that they were the ones that donated property for Raider Drive to be built. That was approved. Now they've come asking for access to tap into the water and sewer that's along that road. So they're requesting a construction easement to tap into the water and sewer, and then a permanent easement for them to maintain access to water and sewer. So with that, I'll take any questions you may have.
So let's just pause a minute. So those of you that are in the back of the room, if you're getting interviewed or going to chat, that's fine, but just please step outside our meeting room. Thank you kindly. Okay, thank you. All right, so there being no further questions, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any nays? And Boatright?
Boatright, aye. Boatright, aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Rob Corman presented a executive summary on the projects from the referendum. You heard the clock gave basically the same report. Do you have any questions by board members about anything that has to do with the construction on the referendum? Moving on to the next item. Ms. Brandy Major shared with the committee an outstanding maintenance and custodial monthly update, and I'd like to have Mr. Roddick come up and maybe Ms. Brandley come up as well.
Brandy online. Brandy online? If not, I will give the report. Don't see that she is on there. What's that? She's not on there. Okay. I'm going to have to fill in for Brandy, so I apologize ahead of time because I know I won't do as good a job, but I will do my best. So what we were reporting on is a monthly custodial and maintenance report. If you remember, we've put a new program out. We'll be Brandy monitors them on a monthly basis, on a weekly basis, actually. Her goal is to complete at least 5 inspections. These are spot inspections where she just shows up and looks at several different places in the building. One of the things that I'll go over is what's highlighted in her report. These are the things that kind of stood out and we brought to the committee's attention. Basically, a notice of to cure was issued to HES due to their failure in 2 consecutive weeks to meet a score of at least 80% on spot inspections. This was done at Red Cedar Elementary School. The first score was a 70. And the way our program is in place, if you score less than an 80, we will automatically come back the next week. She went back the next week and the score was a 73. So based on that, HES was given a notice to cure, which gave them 14 days to correct the action. Now, this has not been reported to the committee, but I'll go ahead and let you know that since that time, Brandy did go back after the notice to cure was inspected, and they did score higher than 90. They redid everything, and so we have lifted that notice to cure from HES because they met the requirements. So later in June, additional inspections were also done. These are all done by our district manager, and you can see there the number completed during the month of June. There were 36 total inspections. She visited 6 schools with an average score of 81. I mean, this is a program that we've been reporting to the operations committee, and I'd have to say it's going very well and very pleased on the outcome on how this is going. Would like to note that, you know, at Red Cedar, they did exceed the score, so that notice to cure has been lifted. Real quick, I'll go over the work orders for maintenance. Well, let me just stop right there. Are there any questions about custodial? I will note that also that, what's that?
Ingrid, go ahead.
Thank you. I just had one question of clarification. Sorry, I'm getting an echo. One question of clarification, and then a general question. When I was reading on that, is that if the staffing percentage goes below 70%, they get a caution, right? But anything above 70% is a non-caution or a green light. Is that correct?
Well, there's a staffing percentage and then there's an inspection score.
I'm
So
talking
what
about the
I was
staffing
talking,
percentage.
yeah, the staffing percentage, anything less than a 70%, yes, would require them to come up with a corrective action plan at any one location.
Okay. And then I noticed several times throughout this report that, like, for example, May River had the most HVAC at 14, but that makes sense because it's far and away our largest school. I think it would be more valuable to present that if we're going to pay attention to who has high numbers or low numbers as a percentage, because obviously May River is going to be one of the top areas because it's quite a bigger school than most of the schools. So I would prefer to see that as a percentage, 14, but they have how many AC units versus other schools. I think that'd be more valuable. And then at some point, I would love to see what the actual staffing percentages are broken down by school as we get into the new school year.
Okay, thank you. Noted.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my apologies if I'm missing it in the report. What is the average response time on completing a work order?
So that was one thing that is not in this report. I know Mr. Campbell requested that, and we do plan on bringing a report about response time to the upcoming operations committee, but this report did not have a response time in it.
Okay.
We did not cover that in this report.
Yeah, and the reason I asked is because I'm looking at the total work orders to date have an 89% completion rate, but then if you look at June, it says we're at 66% as of the date of this report. So I just wanted to get an idea or a look on how long those are taking. And one more question, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Can you describe what a spot check looks like?
So what that entails is, and now this is for custodial, Ms. Majors would go to a school and check at least 5 different locations. So you may go to a bathroom, a cafeteria, a classroom, and an office, or maybe another bathroom. So we just come in, check 5 locations, and we score them using the same software program that the contractor HES uses. It's called CompuClean, I believe. And so it's an inspection. It's spelled out in that what's inspected in each of those areas. All right.
Mr. Smith?
First off, just in terms of you've already done this major report, correct? You're finished with that report.
Well, I did not cover the maintenance, but we've kind of already touched on several of those items. So
Well, I'll just wait. But while I have the mic, I actually I just want to say too. I hear what Mrs. Boatwright is saying, but I see it a little different in terms of the school. Maybe the square footage of the building that May River have may be different, but the way we're adding on to some of these other schools, I think some of these other schools are possibly wrong about the same. And I think that I think that the work orders are probably just about the same. I think that in certain buildings and certain facilities we've seen certain issues and certain problems. So I don't think that the percentage what she was saying is not, I don't think that would make that much of a difference. I mean, in general. So I just disagree with that. I think that the way it is I think it's been pretty thought out. It seems like Mrs. Major thought this out pretty methodically and pretty accurately. And so I as an operations committee member, I just don't see nothing wrong with the way she's doing it. Thank you.
all right. I mean, what I'd like to say is I think I'll take both your comments to heart. I don't think there'd be any harm with us doing both the total number and a percentage and looking at what has the highest number and the highest percentage. So I think both comments are good, and we can incorporate both those into our report. We've already talked about, I was going to talk about maintenance, and you see the numbers there. We've already talked about May River and the high HVAC numbers. A lot of that had to do with having to put in having classrooms on because during the summer months, we turn most systems to unoccupied. Also, the highest number of work orders noted there was for general maintenance was at Ladies Island Elementary School. So those are some of the highlights on the maintenance side. Just to note, we are not going to be doing a report for the month of July because July is the deep cleaning month. We will start back in August once school gets back and students are underway of doing the spot inspections. So with that, I will conclude my report.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Sorry, I just had one more. In regard to the spot checks, is it possible that a spot check could be conducted at a site where there are mobile units and the mobile units do not get checked in that spot check?
Let me just put the spot checks a lot of times are initiated by a complaint. So if there was a complaint about a mobile unit, the spot checks would include that. Let's just say if the complaint was about the cafeteria, we may not go to the mobile units. So, like I said, we're only doing 5 locations, but we do try to target areas that we've had concerns raised about. So if there is a raise about a mobile unit, that would definitely be included in a spot check of that building.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Earl.
Yeah. I know we have schools for maintenance, custodial. What about grounds upkeep? I was told, I think about several months ago, that we're supposed to be renewing grounds people contract last month. And I have some issues with the performance that they're doing. And I would like to have a next operation committee meeting, have whoever has the contract to come before the operation committee and answer some questions, because they're not doing the job they're supposed to be doing. Thank you.
I was just going to say, we have planned already to give a report on grounds at the next operations committee. I will say that we had not invited. Now with that, we will make sure we invite the contractors to be there as well.
I really think they don't really understand what they're supposed to be doing. You at the middle school, or Wellbright Middle School.
Yes, sir. We will have them at the next meeting.
Mr. Smith.
I'd like to say Mrs. Brandy, Mrs. Major.
Yes.
When we gave her this task, or when we asked for this to be done, I would just like to say I'd like to give her a job well done, kudos, because when we had this presentation, it was kind of mind blowing. I mean, you could tell that she methodically took her time, was very patient, and thought it out well. Any questions that was asked, she could answer. I just wanted to give her public. My mom would say, "You spank me privately. You can. I mean, what she said, if you kiss me, I mean, however it goes. Basically, I want to give her a public acknowledgement because she did a well job. I've been in operations majority of my time on the board since I've been on the board for the last 5 years, and that was one of the most cleanest. That was one of the most cleanest surveys and then a package that was given to us, and you could tell she put her time in. And I just wanted to make it. I want to publicly thank her for that, for putting the time in, because you can tell she put hours into that, not just minutes or seconds. She put hours into that. So I just wanted to publicly thank her for that. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, the next item that the committee discussed was the FY 2025 8% list and the 10-year plan. And Mr. Otting, you want to bring that up and describe that?
Well, what I will summarize from our discussions was we presented the summary of the 10-year plan, and one of the conversations, or what we were tasked to do, was to make sure we reviewed all safety and security items that were in future years and make sure they did not need to be brought back to FY 25. And I believe, Mr. Geyer, you're the one that brought that forward. We have done that review, and we plan to make a revised version back to the operations committee at the upcoming meeting. And hopefully, if the operations committee approves that, we will then bring that back as a full report to the board. But at this time, we've been tasked to review it and bring it back to the operations committee, and that's what we plan on doing.
Okay, Madam Chair. Lastly, future topics, we're going to talk about work orders and process from the time they're submitted and the length of time to complete. We're going to have the second quarter FOIA report. We have grounds, and now we'll have the contractor there as well for process for grounds maintenance. And lastly, transportation routes for the schools will be on the agenda. Are there any other things that the board would like to have the operations committee look at?
Mr. Smith?
Also, just when the grounds come, also, if we could have a description of the job, what it entails too, I think that would be a great starting point in the entry to that conversation. So we could also have the job description, who, where, what, when, why, and how, and what that looks like. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Dallas.
I just want to applaud the operations department. I think they've been responsive to a lot of different requests coming from various board members. Appreciate that. It gives us more clarity, more specificity in what to look at. So thanks.
Madam Chair, our next meeting, Operations Committee, will be August 8th at 5 p.m. That concludes my report.
Dr. Wisniewski.
It might be a brief question. So on the 8% projects where it says new construction and renovation, there's some allocations there. I was just wondering if we had any more, or if I'm supposed to like pull those out from the pages below. It has items listed under, they're under sum of final costs. And for buildings, it's got new construction renovation to the tune of, I don't know, 6 million. If I'm reading it correctly, could be reading it wrong. That's on the first page. Just wondering if we had a general idea of what those were.
Oh, Bill. Oh, I got where you're at.
Is that a cumulative cost for
That is
full renovation?
Yeah, that's cumulative. To be honest, I would have to look through this to pull out what those are.
That's what I was trying to get you to do for me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we will make sure we go over those in detail. Mr. Nick Fila with CBRE Heary put this together, knows those details, and he will be available.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. Thanks to your committee. Next up, we have the superintendent's report, Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. I want to welcome Dr. Stratos up to the podium. She's going to talk a little bit about summer school programming and a recap of our summer school programming this year.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Good evening, Madam Chair and board members. This evening, the Instructional Service Division is sharing information regarding this year's summer school and district-supported camps. And during the month of July, we also had extended learning for a total of 2,322 of our students being served in June and July. With that, I would like to share that we had camps, extended learning. We had summer school at elementary and at the high school. And to join us this evening, I have my colleagues, Melissa Murray, our Director of Elementary Teaching and Learning, Karen McKenzie, our Director for Secondary Teaching and Learning, and Dee Appleby, who is our Director for Med Tech, as many of you are familiar with, also known as our Magnet Schools Assistance Program Grant. I also want to make a note that our division employed over the summer 237 certified educators to work with our students. It was a yeoman's job. My team will come forward and share information with you. And I thank you for this opportunity of highlighting the hard work that they've done. Thank you.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to start our collaborative recap of the Beaufort County School District summer programs. We provided opportunities for our students and teachers to continue to learn. These opportunities included science, technology, the arts, and of course, an academic focus. As the Director of Literacy, I had the pleasure of supporting the implementation of our elementary summer reading program for all of our elementary schools. South Carolina Act 284 requires districts to make available a summer reading intervention to select students. We served all 92 students required by the state and additional students that was identified by each school. This year, over 1,100 students were rostered, and we maintained an average of 86% attendance. Our instructional focus was determined by our data, and all of our educators received PD that focused professional development, that focused on informational text and whole group with interactive reading and writing lessons. In addition, teachers were provided professional development and strategic small group materials that provided a focus on systematic instruction in phonics, phonemic awareness, and sight words. As we went to each school to support, we saw focused instruction for students and teachers implementing best practices. Now I'll turn it over to Karen.
Good evening. I'm going to talk about the MedTech 7 Summer STEAM Camp that we offered. It was offered for 2 weeks. Session 1 was from June the 12th to the 15th at our Well Branch Early College High School. And session 2 was June 26th through the 29th at Ladies Island Middle School. The camp was offered at no cost for rising 4th through 8th grade students enrolled in Beaufort County. We had approximately 100 students registered for each camp. And we had over 14 teachers serving for those camps. And we had a great outcome. We wish we'd have had more time.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you about secondary summer schools and CISA. The Sea Island School for the Arts, CISA. We were fortunate to serve over 150 students this year. That is open to all students who are identified as artistically gifted and talented from across the district in grades 3 through 8. We are fortunate that we have been able to provide 2 locations now. We provided one in our southern region at River Ridge Academy and one in our northern region at Ladies Island Middle School. CISA is a unique experience. It provides a myriad of arts opportunities for our students. The sessions allow for our students to dig into their artistic gifts and hone their artistic talents. This year, we were also able to provide a special off-campus trip and event for our students. We took students to the Mather School on the Technical College of the Low Country campus. They were able to tour the museum, meet with a true Matherite, Rufus Pinckney, and then they were able to create art inspired by that experience. I will not tell a story. We had a wonderful plan for them to do it outside under the trees. It rained. We did it in the tunnel. We improvised. The kids absolutely loved it. At the end of the week, there is an extravaganza. And this is always a parent, a community, and definitely a student favorite. This year, Mr. Wall, who's the arts coordinator, and myself split and divided and conquered. He attended Ladies Island, which he said was a wonderful success. I attended River Ridge Academy, and most of y'all know I don't like to be late. I was early. It was standing room only. There were multiple performances, including theater, dance, vocal, and instrumental music. There was artwork that lined the halls, artwork that lined the cafeteria, and students' multimedia projects, that was a first for us this year and a huge hit, were set to push and play so people could view students' work. I think this year has only set the bar higher for next year's CISA camp. Secondary summer school. Beaufort County School District had a wonderful summer session in our secondary schools. We followed the South Carolina Uniform Grading Policy and the Beaufort County Administrative Regulation 48. We open our schools to students to extend their levels of success. I told our principals in the meeting last Wednesday that they hit a grand slam this year, and they certainly did. We served 714 students in grades 6 through 11. We personalized those experiences for each and every one of those students. We had 96 teachers fostering that success. We had 14 coordinators help to plan that success. And we had 14 administrators help to lead that success. This year's secondary summer school was a grand slam. We were at about 88.89% success rate this year, which is very high, very high. As we look at program outcomes, we have to be proud of our district for providing unique opportunities for over 2,000 students. That is a level of success that we can continue to grow, and we look forward to that challenge for next year. Looking ahead at 2024, we want to continue our focus on explicit quality instruction during the academic year, but also plan those rich and engaging opportunities for continued success for the summer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McKenzie. Madam Chair, that concludes our presentation this evening. We're open for questions, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for your work on summer school. You know that that's something that I've been asking about a lot and I'm very passionate about. I was wondering, when you said in the secondary summer school an 88% success rate, how do we define success? Does that mean that that student caught up on their credit recovery? I know you mentioned that there's 8 high school students that went on to graduate, which is fantastic. How do we define success in that program?
One would be from the middle school of completing courses. Second would be the completion of their Edgenuity courses that were enrolled for them. Obviously, the primary is our students to graduate. As Ms. McKenzie shared, that is a primary goal at the high school level. But it's completion of the courses and being able to be promoted or leveled to your appropriate grade level.
Okay, so of the 714, 88% of them were able to complete and get back on track, essentially.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Boatwright?
Thank you, Dr. Watts. I agree with Dr. Wisniewski. I think that summer school is important. It looks like we had a lot of activity and a lot of success. I do have a couple of questions. And this is not in any way to be seen as a criticism, because I think the Sea Island School for the Arts is awesome. What I want to know, and this is just the horn I'm on, when that 8th grader who attended CISA moves into 9th grade, what's available for them? And so this is kind of a question, but I'll tell you, I spent a lot of time this year. I hosted several students from all over the country for chamber music, for the piano competition. I attended a lot of summer festivals. Kids, we don't have a great option in Beaufort County. We don't even really have a great option until you get to about Charleston for kids, either in the performing arts space or in the like photography, what's the term? The non-performing arts, to
Visual.
really excel. So as much as I love the Sea Island School for the Creative Arts 3 through 8, I think that's a deficit in our district that I would like to see, now that we have a arts coordinator, that next summer that we offer a next level program, and that it's not as much of a buffet of artistic interests, but it's those kids that we've identified through CISA who are progressing through our schools, that they have those opportunities to progress, and particularly instruments, vocal talents, acting. There's so, I mean, we have the Southeastern study, the Southeastern Theater Institute here. There's a tremendous number of opportunities. We should be partnering with SCAD, whatever it takes, that once those kids actually get them interested, they've got to have somewhere to develop their talent, because we just don't have it. And it's very difficult for one of these 153 kids, particularly in the performing arts, unless they want to go to the governor's school. There's really very little that we have for them. So I'm hoping that next year we have an additional option beyond the Sea Island School for the Arts. So that's not really a question, so that's unfair. But my question actually is on the MedTech summer camps. The MedTech summer camps, you said we had 97 kids registered. Generally speaking, I don't need exact numbers, but how many people actually attended the MedTech 7 camps beyond who were
97.
registered?
97 students, 157 registered.
Okay, because you said 97 registered. That's good. So
Sorry.
97 attended the 2 weeks and 150 were registered.
157, yes, ma'am.
157. Okay, that was my main question. Thank you.
Please.
Ms. Boatwright, I have to comment if I can, please.
Sure.
Challenge accepted. We'll see you in 2024.
Tell Mr. Wall, I'll be looking to see what he comes up with.
You'll see us both.
Awesome.
Mr. Dallas?
Yes, 2 points. One, the instructional services division has been enough in my earlier rookie days to spend an afternoon with me educating me on a lot of the things that they offer. One of the areas I would really hope if I could just wave a magic wand is that more people in the community would know about the programs that are available and the extension of those programs into the community. So I actually challenge the social society to help communicate that so that a lot of our youngsters who would benefit but are not aware can leapfrog to the front of the pack. The other thing is, in terms of the MedTech 7, I know that there's a lot of interest in that. I think Ms. Appleby is going to speak to a local organization in November. And hopefully, and I sense this, there's a correlation of projecting where the demand for the jobs will be, and then arranging the curriculum to satisfy that demand. And when we're talking with economic development, Chamber of Commerce, with the governor, he is really pushing advanced manufacturing, research, those types of certificate jobs, because South Carolina's really forging ahead as being one of the most attractive states in the whole union for those types of jobs and companies coming in. So just applaud you for being visionary in that. And hopefully as a board, we can help energize that even more. Thank you.
Colonel Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I attended last week a graduation ceremony or a completion ceremony of the Thumbs Up Summer School. Thumbs Up is a private organization. It's been in the Beaufort area now for over 25 years. They are all privately funded, so they raise money and get grants. And one of the things that would help them in raising grants is to have some metrics, some data on the children that they service. All these children are children from the Beaufort L area. And so I'm wondering if it's possible if we could provide the names and grades of these children and get their scores from last spring's testing and their scores from the fall testing to see if we can see what kind of improvement those children made. There's only 15 children right now. They would like to expand it to 30 next year, but they think that they're going to need some little more metrics to prove how effective the program is. So is that possible?
It's absolutely
Dr. Dodge,
possible.
may I now respond to that?
Certainly.
Those things are possible, Colonel Guyer, but they require data sharing agreements, and they probably require release form from parents in order to enter in that type of an engagement. So I think it's possible. I just think those things are required to be put in place, and I think establishing a dialogue and a meeting with them would be the proper protocol to get to that point.
Yes, they have forms, consent forms filled out by the parents. I'm not sure that they're in the same format that you need. We'd have to check that out. But the executive director is Dr. Christopher Thompson. And I mentioned that I would have him contact Instructional Service Division and try to work this out.
That's perfect. I think I'm sure they probably have, as you mentioned, their forms that they use. We would probably have to have a form that we receive from those parents directly, but that's probably easily done. So if those parents are interested, that's probably easily done.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you all for your presentation and your hard work as well. And going over this, were there any trips taken during the summer? Were there any field trips?
We had one field trip with CISA to the Mathers School that was conducted. So this is more of a school situation happening. With our CISA, we did have a trip put in place, sir. We didn't have field trips tied to our extended school year or our summer school, because that's another avenue right now that we want our students to obtain academic recovery.
Right. And I do understand that however, I do believe in exposure. And when you have a kid giving that's coming to summer school or some of these other different programs in terms of Med 7 who are giving up their summer, then there's some words that at some point we have to reward them, or we have to give them we have to let them see outside the box, because learning just does not have to take place in a classroom or a 4x4 or within walls. Learning can take places as in terms of going to that place on that bus. Learning can take place at once they get to that field trip. And I think there's too many times where we're tied down and say that we have to learn how just in the classroom. And I'm one to learn differently. One, two, sometimes I like to move around and then do different things. And I just and one thing that one of my former principals have taught us is that at some point in time you have to give a little bit to get a little bit. And we have to keep them stimulated. How we're keeping them stimulated if key is by giving them markers to keep them actively engaged. And that's something that I would like to see more of. The classroom is perfect, but we have to show that we're thinking outside the box as well.
Madam Chair, may I build on the commentary?
Sure.
So our med tech actually did work significantly out of the box. I have to share that. We didn't include a video, but maybe in the future time, or maybe at a workshop, I'll share a little more visuals regarding the performance and the work that our students and our educators did. I'd like that opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, how many in the synopsis of these programs, how many SPED students that we have involved?
So our special education students and our multilingual students were integrated into all of our programs, with the exception for 37 students who qualified subject to their IEP for extended school year. Those are intensive support students. They were provided services within 3 school sites in the district. So we have the intensive support program that serves 37 students, but the remaining of our special ed and ML students who receive services, we provided our special education educators for them, as well as multilingual teachers for support. So we didn't break the demographics of students down in that light, but everyone was integrated into the classes, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, ladies. Great. I'm enjoying all the information you're sharing. Getting back to Colonel Geyer's question, Dr. Rodriguez, my concern is giving information to a private entity about our students, and I understand we'll have to get parental, but I would feel more comfortable if you got Wendy's take on this, because once you open that door to give information to one private entity, you're going to have to do it to others. So I just want to be careful about what we're giving out, why we're giving it out. And I just don't feel comfortable giving it information. Thank you.
Mr. Dallas.
I was going to say something similar. Colonel Guy and I have spoken about that entity and the great work that it appears they're doing. I know I've only been in this role about 6 months. And if I've been inundated with anything, it's about private institutions want to access the expertise of the public school system. And then they take a very parasitic approach and say we can do it less costly. So, I mean, that's proprietary information. The public school system is the only school system that's included in the U.S. Constitution, where it is identified. And in countries, if you've ever been in countries where you have a balkanized educational system, you'll see how that really sort of turns into a really insidious fractionalization of a society. And so I'm all for private schools. Don't misinterpret that. I think we need to be very systematic. I know some schools on Hilton here came to me, and I hadn't even been sworn in, saying they wanted public school information. And so, you know, you just, before you know it, it can really get sideways. So again, support the strategic intent, Let's just make sure there are no unintended consequences that are going to undermine what we're trying to create. Thank you.
Colonel Guyer.
Yes, Ms. Gordon. I mentioned that to Dr. Thompson about the privacy and so on. And basically, the data he needs is just ex-students had no names involved at all. They would just get the scores, what kind of improvements that were made in the scores without identifying the students or even the organization, because it would just go to the grant writing people to show what kind of impact that program had. But your point is very valid, and he's aware of that.
Thank you. And I noticed you said there were 15 students, and I know data. If you have 15 students, you know who those 15 students are. So I'm really opposed to that. Thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Guads. Just want to just clarify, we wouldn't be able to do anything or move anywhere on this without a very tight and specific data sharing agreement as part of that equation, which would dictate the use of that data specifically. So that would require legal as part of that process. So I think what Ms. Gordon and Mr. Dallas are getting at is something that would be a part of that process, because legal would be involved in on the front end with any kind of data sharing agreement. That data sharing agreement is separate also from a parental approval as well. So I think that's the I want to leave you with that comfort that it would go through the hands of legal and have a legal eye reviewing anything like that before anything happens.
Mr. Dallas.
Yeah, that doesn't address the political concern that I have, which is the fact there are lots of proposed legislation that will saddle the public schools with expenses, and they say the dollars will follow the kid. Okay, well, let the doggone dollars follow, the full dollars follow the kid. And then that's comparing apples to apples. But if you're only going to take a kid and say, you don't have to do transportation, public schools have to do that, before you know it, you've layered on so much additional cost. It's not a comparison. All I'm asking, I never shy away from competition, ever. But let's just make it fair. Straight starting line, straight finish line. Let the best entity win.
Yes, I understand. I agree with that as well. And you're right. I'm not addressing that. My response was not about the political component. It was on the other side of it. So I agree. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Smith.
And I was just going to say, I definitely do want to thank you for the hard work that you have taken and put into this presentation, and also for the summer school. And I am looking forward to that video. And I know that you believe in giving kids that opportunity outside those four walls. That's just what one of those things I was looking for. But I'm looking forward to seeing that. But yeah.
Madam Chair, may I just add one item?
Sure.
So, Mr. Smith, we are looking at it for the middle school for the upcoming year to do something a little different. I've actually received feedback from educators and principals to revisit some of the models we're using. So I appreciate your input. Thank you.
Wisniewski.
Sorry, and I don't mean to drag this out any longer than we need to on this item. So I was just thinking in my head, and I'll think out loud briefly here. So we had, of the 88% of 714 that went ahead and were successful, that's 80 or so students, I believe. And then you had mentioned earlier in the presentation that we had an 86% attendance rate. So I guess my question, I'm not sure if you know this answer, is of the outside of the 86% that did come, are the ones that were not successful, ones that also were not attending as well. And I think what I'm driving at here is for next year, when we go to summer school, we can tell parents of those that attended, this percentage of students, which is probably even higher, completed and got back on track, so that we can use that as a marketing tactic to get parents to actually commit to getting their students there for summer school.
So Dr. Wisniewski, and I wish you were in our office today, actually, and I mean it politely, because that was the marketing and the phone calls and what they did in school. So what happened day one of summer school, we may have been expecting, let's just say 10 students, 8 showed up. So day 2, those phone calls started. So those 2 didn't show up. They were already attendants. Then they started attending and were completers. So that attendance rate, because I may not have started the same time as yourself, they found by the 3rd day, everything was working at full attendance. So it was like, I don't want to get up. I don't want to go. So, and I have to tout something on the work of our educators, because at the elementary, there was only 1 retention. That is significant. Significant for our 3rd grade graders and our teachers. So thank you.
All right, Dr. Rodriguez, thanks again.
Thank you.
Ladies, thank you.
Thank you. The last item in the superintendent's report is with respect to a couple of grand openings that we have. The first one is just take the opportunity to mention again is Robert Small's Leadership Academy on August 7th. And then on August 25th is Battery Creek High School that will have their grand opening. So this is an exciting time. There's been a long time coming here. There's been a lot of work that's been done, and it'll be very exciting to be able to have these grand openings and make sure that we have community members that are in attendance. Understand there's a lot of interest in these grand openings. Our operations team has been, I think, getting flooded with requests and information about those grand openings. So I think it's exciting. Our community approved that bond referendum in 2019, and this is coming to fruition with these projects right now. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have the consent agenda. We need a motion for approval.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Okay, so motion made by Dr. Wisniewski, second by Mr. Dallas. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Vote right.
Aye.
Thank you. All right. Approval was unanimous. Future agenda topics. Our next meeting is the work session on August 25th. And I know we already have a lengthy agenda topics, possible topics. So just keep that in mind if you're giving a topic right now. Okay. We got plenty there.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I don't have a question, but can I ask clarification? What time are we starting? Because it got confused for me, because it's the law thing too, right? Can you just clarify? Is it a full day?
Yeah,
session?
yes, the work session is from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then we have, as Dr. Rodriguez mentioned, the ribbon cutting at Battery Creek High School shortly in the early afternoon. And then a number of board members are driving up to Greenville for the SCSBA Law Conference.
So it's just a half-day work session then?
Well, if you count from 8 to 1 as a half day, I guess it is.
Yeah,
But
okay, I just
I
wanted
would
to-
count that as 5 hours, a little more than half day.
Okay.
All right. So do you have announcements, Dr. Rodriguez?
No, ma'am, I had that as part of the other matters.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Wisniewski?
Just want to remind everybody that this weekend is the tax-free holiday for school supplies and things, so.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Also, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't, so we normally talk about graduations when we have them. Dotted had their graduation, and I heard from a couple people that that it was very nice. I would definitely like for us to acknowledge Dr. Morale and her team for having that graduation. And my hats go off to those graduates who took the time to come back and make it appropriate and take the time out to make sure they got their high school diploma. So hats do off to her and her staff for doing that. Thank you.
All right, we now are down to our second public comments, and we have Jody Shrutek on, her topic is book review process and board meeting security.
Am I allowed to approach you?
They're going to move the podium. You're going to sit at the desk there. Can you push this podium to the side? Okay, thank you.
You got it. Okay, cool. Yeah. No, take your time. Take your time. Feel like I'm testifying before Congress.
Yeah.
Am I good, Molly?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address the board tonight. As we have seen over the past school year and throughout the summer, this community overwhelmingly stands in support of a free and appropriate public education for all students, all students. This community overwhelmingly stands in support of intellectual freedom and the freedom to read. And tonight, as you can see, the community stands in support of our teachers as well. The policy that you use to select and maintain the school library collections specifically states non-discrimination. BCSD affirms the right of all individuals to be treated with respect and be protected from intimidation, discrimination, physical harm, and/or harassment. School officials may not broadly remove books from a school library based on narrowly partisan or political grounds that may violate a student's First Amendment rights to receive information and ideas. Another point, the reconsideration process should discourage the monopolization of the challenge process by a few individuals and require complainants to submit complete, substantive, and fully researched challenge requests. Think back to when this policy was updated last October and take a good look around at where we are today. Only 62 books of the original 97 have been reviewed by committees, and of those, just 3 have been selected for removal, and those were not even unanimous votes. We've had several months of seeing the policy in practice. No matter how well-intentioned, we are experiencing exactly the problems that the policy was written to prevent. We have teachers being harassed and intimidated, students experiencing discrimination, and a handful of people with extreme politically motivated views in effect determining policy for this community, a community that has shown time and again that we do not align with their narrow-minded values. So look at this room today. Look at this room. Signage outside, the barriers. I can't even approach you to talk to you like I used to. I remember when we used to talk amongst ourselves during breaks. We used to have lunch during work sessions. We used to act like a community and share ideas. So I ask each of you to reflect on that and think of the ways that you have contributed to this environment, either directly or indirectly. And going forward, I ask that you amend the book reconsideration process and allow challenged books to remain available to students, even if it's with notification of an opt-out form for parents. And I know that's tough criticism, but I think it's fair. And finally, I would like to just add, the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office also has a role in this. If those teachers who spoke tonight were physicians or attorneys, this wouldn't have happened.
Cease your comments. Thank you. All right, that concludes our second public comments, and we will adjourn by unanimous consent. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. And then it is over. Just a little joke about the half day that our colleague